Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back here to another stream, y'all. It is the morning of October 28th, 2025. We are starting our coverage on We are starting our coverage on Hurricane Melissa. Here, let me go and bring up my chat real quickly so I can see what you guys are commenting and stuff. Let's see here. But hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone is doing good. Let's go ahead and bring this up real quickly. What happened to my stream? I ended up changing the YouTube Shorts because it was being weird. Let's see here. Hold on one second, y'all. Alrighty, here we go. All right, what's up, everybody? What's up, Charlotte? Good to see ya. Leon says, "Is there a possibility that it could weaken?" I mean, at this point in time, pretty much no. I mean, the system is already here and doing its worst. So it's going to be a Cat 5 at landfall. I mean, you can see that the eye. I mean, we're almost there, pretty much. We are right there, about to make landfall here. So it looks like the eye is going to be directly going over like the Black River area out there by like Alligator Pond and whatnot. It seems like we're going to be getting the direct landfall out towards that area. But what's up, everybody? Good evening, or good morning. Sorry, this is my evening. But I hope everyone is doing well. Let's see here. Go ahead and get this up and running. Let's see here. What's up, Jovi? Let's see, if everyone wanted to hit the red heart to the right, push out a stream to more people, it'd be greatly appreciated. You know, like I said, we'll be here for you guys. We're gonna keep y'all up to date, like we have been. It's been a lot of streaming, dude. We've been on it, man. We've been streaming hours and hours. Let's see here. But anyway, so we do have ourselves quite a bit of rainfall. We still have the central area of Jamaica and southern Cuba. We are talking 20 to 30 inches of rainfall here for the pink areas here. The dark red, this is that 16 to 20 inch zone where we could be seeing 400 to 500 millimeters of rainfall. Once again, we also got to remember that the system will be working its way out there towards the southern Bahamas, in which we're going to have to look out there for very, very closely. Here, let's go ahead and bring up our sat view for you guys. Go ahead and show you guys the latest satellite imagery. The system is almost to the point of landfall here. We are definitely getting pretty close. We're going to be not too much longer until we're making that direct landfall out there. Let me go ahead and see if we can't get a zoomed in view of that real quickly so you guys can see that. Oops. Let's see here. I might need to actually... Oh, you know what? Here, we're going to hop over here. There we go. So there's a zoomed in view of the eye you guys can see. Actually, we're going to go ahead and bring up the GLM flashes here so you guys can see that. So we'll actually look at the lightning activity. Wow, dude. Oh, my gosh. Look how much lightning activity is starting in the eye there. Whoa. That is a ridiculous amount of lightning activity that's starting to pop up in the eye wall. So, for those who don't know, whenever you have a storm that's doing that much lightning activity in the eye wall, that means that the system is rapidly picking up some strength here. Now, right now, the storm is sustaining 175 mile an hour winds here. The central low is down to 901 millibars. We've been picking up a little bit more forward speed here. The storm is now moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour overall. So definitely definitely got to look out there for it. Because, like I said, we're getting to the point now where we're about to have that landfall there. But anyway, so there's the eye. You guys can see once again a lot of lightning activity really starting to pile up here in the eye wall, which is a clear sign that the system is still definitely strengthening. I mean, it looks like it's still going pretty good. So at this point in time, we're going to go ahead and bring up the estimated wind field and stuff like that so you guys can currently see where everything's at. So what you guys see here, this yellow area, this is where the estimated tropical storm force wind field is located here, in which you can see the hurricane force winds here in the red area is almost over Jamaica. So it is definitely pretty close to the point of where the hurricane force winds are starting to roll inland towards Jamaica. So we're getting pretty close. But yeah, the yellow, once again, that is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are currently at. And you can see, if we look up a little bit further to the north here, you can see we have eastern Cuba, those hurricane warnings in effect here in the red. And those tropical storm conditions appear to almost be getting out there by eastern Cuba. So it's not... it's not that much farther off from getting out there towards eastern Cuba. Then, like I said, once the system continues northeast, it'll work its way out there towards the central and the southern Bahamas here, in which we're going to have direct impacts out there as well. So, just definitely, you guys, please be careful. If y'all know anybody out there, please keep in touch with them. We're going to keep you guys up to date here. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of lightning activity really starting to pop up in the eye. That's what's making me a little concerned. Seeing that much lightning activity here just before the point of landfall, which, once again, if you see a lot of lightning activity in the eye wall like we're seeing now, that does indicate that we are seeing likely some strengthening going on with the storm here, which definitely is not very good, especially being, that close to the point of landfall there. What's up, Carrot? Good to see you. She did not have an hour replacement cycle, or at least a suppressed one. See, intensifying further has broken it. Yeah. No, it didn't. It hasn't had a hour replacement cycle. At least from what I've seen, it's been full throttle, this whole time, unfortunately. But like I said, the environment here, I mean, we're still... looks like we're picking up more strength here. Hopefully we'll get the hurricane hunters in here soon. Let's actually bring those missions up here real quickly. I'll go ahead and show you guys the hurricane hunters. They're currently en route. So we have the NOAA hurricane hunters. They are in Florida Everglades right now, so they're still a little ways away out. It looks like we have the Air Force hurricane hunters that are in that heavy convection right now on the southeastern side of the storm. So we're still, we don't really have a whole lot of, hurricane hunter data right now because the system is still, or they're still working their way over to the system here. But once they get there, we'll have a lot more data there. But yep, we are coming right up on the approach of landfalls. So, but anyways, we'll definitely keep you guys up to date. So let's hop on back over here, y'all, to the total rainfall accumulation. Actually, we're gonna go back to here because, like I mentioned, the rainfall is gonna be like one of the most significant concerns, with the system. So once again, we do have central Jamaica. We are expecting about 20 to 30 inches of rainfall out here. Southern Cuba, we're expecting also about 20 to 30 inches here in this pink area. That's equivalent to 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall for the people who use millimeters. And then, of course, we have the dark red. This is that zone where we could see 16 to 20 inches of rainfall, 400 to 500 millimeters. The red is 12 to 16 inches. Orange is 8 to 12. The dark yellow is 6 to 8. The light yellow is 4 to 6 here. So Please make sure that you guys are prepare, ready for the storm, because I mean it's right up on you guys at this point in time. Cuba, like I said, we got to brace there too, because shortly after landfall in Jamaica, as we approach later on, I believe here. Let's bring this back up. I believe they have landfall later on tonight, actually tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna have to wake up and do some more live coverage with you guys here. Like I said, I mean, we don't get a break with this storm here. It's one after another. First landfall in Jamaica, Category 5. Now, here's the thing. We're actually expecting Category 4 landfall in eastern Cuba now. I've been mentioning that here for, a while, for the last several updates, that will probably be either A, an upper level Cat 3, or B, a lower level Category 4. And it looks like the way that things are going at the point of landfall in eastern Cuba after Jamaica, we'll still be at Category 4 at that point. So Category 5 landfall in Jamaica, Category 4 landfall in eastern Cuba, Category 2 landfall in the central southern Bahamas. And then, like I said, we'll continue to watch Bermuda. The system, I mean, they're right in the middle of the cone here. In which we'll still be a hurricane at this point in time, which will, likely be towards Category 1 at that point, maybe upper Cat 1. We'll just have to see. So definitely a bit concerning. And, like I said, with what's going on now with the system, if we go ahead and zoom back into the eye here, there is an excessive amount of lightning activity starting to ring. You can see all of the lightning activity that's starting to create that little ring there around the eye. And, like I mentioned, seeing this is a clear indicator of rapid intensification. The system is literally strengthening as it's about to hit Jamaica head on. So it is literally picking up strength right now. Even though part of the hurricane is already starting to push inland, the system is still strengthening. It's not weakening yet. It is doing the opposite, unfortunately. So, that's why I'm very, very concerned here at this point in time. System is still sustained at 175. Wouldn't be surprised if it was even higher than that, given the way that things are going now. It really seems like things are continuing to only get worse, unfortunately. So, like I mentioned, right now we are sustained at 175. It is a Category 5 storm. Central low is down to 901 millibars. So the low, we're almost in the 800 millibar range here. Like I mentioned, we're getting ready to get the hurricane hunters. They are getting ready to come through here. We'll go ahead and full screen this so you guys can see it a little bit better. So we do have two missions. We got one mission coming in from Florida. You can see they've taken off from Lakeland, and they've gone south. They're passing the actually they're going over the Keys right now. So there's still a little ways away out. The NOAA hurricane hunters on the P-3 Orion aircraft, which that's the NOAA hurricane hunters. Then we have the Air Force, the WC-130J, take off from Carousel, and they're now in the heavy convection just east of Melissa. So if I was to bring you guys back over to Sat View, the satellite view over here, you guys can see how we have a lot of really deep convection going on here in that eastern side of the storm here. I mean, you can see. I mean, there's the main system right here. But you can actually see that we have a lot of really deep convection here, still happening on the eastern side. I mean, we have a lot of these bands. I mean, if we move the satellite over a little bit, you can see, western parts, the southwestern parts of Haiti. We're getting a lot of really heavy rain out there right now. And, those areas are also going to be seeing quite a significant amount of flooding, just from some of those outer bands that we're going to be dealing with out there, which is just absolutely wild. Now, zooming back in on the eye, like I mentioned, we are really getting close to the point of landfall at this point. We have an excessive amount of lightning activity. You can see that ring of flashes starting to pop up. Those plus signs, those are lightning detections. Like I said, I hate to say it, but it looks like it's still really picking up some strength here just before the point of landfall. We're not too much further from the point of which the inner eye wall will be starting to interact with the coast of southwestern Jamaica. And at this point now, it is very likely that those areas are already starting to receive hurricane force winds. At this point in time, we're likely already starting to get some of that here. So let's actually zoom out. We do have some cameras we can actually show you guys here. We've been saving this for the point of landfall, but we do have a camera out here by Little London, which we'll go ahead and take a peek over here real quickly, taking a look at it. At the moment, you can just see it looks pretty windy here. We're having a lot of buffering on the camera because, they're having a hard time keeping signal and power and stuff like that. But, you could tell, there's not really a whole lot of damage that's currently visible on this view at the moment. But we'll keep on hopping back, and we'll see if we do get that back here. Taking a peek over here towards Kingston. Here's the Kingston Harbor view. You can just see how those waters are certainly pretty rough. There's a tree right there you can see blowing around. But yeah, this is the Kingston Harbor, and you can see some white caps out there. Definitely some pretty aggressive waters. You can actually see that pontoon boat in view, kind of rocking back and forth here. They just actually moved the camera to the east. You can really see that water moving. That's a lot of force. You guys don't realize how much force that is. You can see the waters really moving around out there. Anyways, so there's a current view out there by the Kingston Harbor. We have another couple of views out there by Kingston. You can see this is more of the interior portion of Kingston. It doesn't really appear that we really have, a whole lot going on here. The trees are swaying a bit. We got some sideways rain. Doesn't look anything more than tropical storm force right now out there by Kingston. But what are those? Some birds flying around, I believe. Yeah. So we'll definitely keep on. Watching these cameras here pretty closely. But like I mentioned, we're coming up on the point of landfall. This thing is just an absolute beast here. We're going to go ahead and measure the eye again. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a measurement here. So from the west side of the eye wall, I'm actually drawing instead. Whoops. Here, let me retry that again. So from the west side of the eye wall to the east, it looks like we're now about 20 miles. So the eye has actually been increasing in size here. So here, let me maybe zoom back a little bit here real quickly. I'm going to go ahead and try that again. So from the north side to the south side, it's about 21 miles or so. So anyways, so there's that. But anyways, like I said, yeah, we're definitely getting pretty close to the point of landfall here overall, and it looks like the eye is going to be going right over the Black River area out there by Savannah Lamar and Alligator Pond. So just like I said, a bit of a heads up for everybody out there. I'm sure everybody knows at this point what's going on, but like I mentioned, it's time to hunker down. Now's the time to get into your safe spots. And let's go ahead and ride out this storm here. So, yeah, we lost connection. We lost data with the camera out there towards Little London. Yeah, we lost that camera there. We do have another camera out by Maypen. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, see what that camera's looking like here. See, it looks like we might have lost that one as well since it's buffering a bit. Let's try a little bit more further inland here. Let's go up towards the northern side out there by Kingston, north of Kingston here, kind of the northern side. We have a little bit of view, not really a whole much going on right now. Yeah, I think our best camera that we have right now is out there by the harbor. Let's see here. There you go. Here's another camera. Definitely shaking around a little bit. Not the the buildings look like they're wobbling. Yeah, that camera's a little iffy. But we do have some pretty good cameras out here by Kingston. Here, let's hop back to the Kingston Harbor. This is one of the best cameras that we have available right now. And you guys can see, I mean, all those white caps that we have out there. Definitely pretty rough. I mean, you guys don't know the force behind that water. I mean, water is a very powerful force, and you can see just how fast it's flowing from the right to the left side of the camera. It is, I mean, that's a lot of movement. You know, that is a lot of movement here. And unfortunately, those conditions are only going to continue to deteriorate a bit. You know, as the system does continue to get even closer. All right, let's hop back close here. We're gonna bring you guys close up to the eye here. So this is the system. You can see we're almost at the point of landfall. Not too much more time until we will be. But like I mentioned, we have an excessive amount of lightning activity going on here in the eye. You can see that we have a ridiculous amount of plus signs showing up here, which is showing us that we have a lot of lightning going on in the eye wall. And, you know, like we mentioned, you know, what that means is that the system is still picking up strength, unfortunately. You know, so that's kind of a big issue here, is that the system is still just rapidly picking up strength as we get right to the point of landfall, which is just terrible news. And for the people who's wondering right now, Melissa is currently sustaining 175 mile-an-hour winds here, and we are the central low is down to 901 millibars, and we are moving northeast at 7 miles an hour as a Category 5 hurricane. So it is almost as ferocious as it's going to get. I mean, it's, you know, like I mentioned, it's still picking up some strength here. Let's see here. Couldn't Beam, thank you so much for the 10-jewel floating heart. I appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. But anyways, we're gonna hop back here for a minute. Like I said, we do have some cameras. We'll keep an eye on them every once in a while here. Let's check on some of these other ones actually. Let's try some of these. There was actually one I was looking at earlier that had a bit of flooding on it here. Here's actually one up in central Kingston. You can kind of see there's already some debris on the side of the road here. Trees are moving quite a bit. Definitely got quite a bit of... Here we go. We'll get a little bit more of a closer view. I mean, the roads are already soaked. I mean, like I said, we've been seeing a lot of rain out here already, and, you know, we still have a lot more to go, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, look over here. Look under the tree there. Y'all see those branches under there? I mean, there's already tons of branches that's fallen, which is definitely pretty, you know, a pretty good indicator there, showing that there's, you know, a lot of activity. We've lost this camera, I believe. It just keeps on buffering. It looks like, yeah, it's still buffering, sadly. Let's see. It Couldn't Beam, thank you so much for 10 more jewels for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Let's see. Aunt says, I know a person who lives on the beach. Do you? Do you know if they went inland or not? Because I really hope they did. Because, you know, like I mentioned, this is a storm that you do not... this is a storm that you do not want to ride on the ride out on the coast here, which is just you know, that's just very dangerous to be on the coast. Sadly, I mean, like I mentioned, the best place to be in an event like this, if you have to stay in Jamaica, you know, would be upper levels overall. You know, away from the coast, away from the top of the mountain, too. You know, you want to be in some upper elevation, away from the valleys, because there's going to be a lot of water rushing down in the valleys. You know, upper elevations and in a concrete building would be, you know, the most optimal place to be. But if you look closely back on the sat view that we're looking at here now, you can see there's that ring of plus signs. Those are lightning strikes. There is a lot. A huge amount of excessive lightning going on in the eye wall, which is telling us that the system is still strengthening. Matter of fact, it's actually kicked up enormous amounts of lightning. I mean, look at the rate it was before. We had a few little strikes beforehand, and now it's just completely blown up in lightning activity. I mean, it is literally still rapidly intensifying, possibly even stronger now that, we got this much lightning activity going on. I mean, that's just telling us that the system is it just doesn't care, which is just crazy. Now, zooming back out here, so this is the current rainfall map for the people who are wondering here. We're going to update it again, but this is the latest from the Weather Prediction Center for Central Jamaica here in the pink. Also for, let's see here, also for southern side of Cuba, we do have 20 to 30 inches worth of rainfall, which we're talking 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall overall. So we're definitely seeing quite a bit worth of rainfall out there for those pink areas here. And then, of course, we have the dark red here. This is that 16 to 20 inch margin, or 400 to 500 millimeters worth of rainfall out there. And, of course, the red, we have that 12 to 16 inch margin, which is that 300 to 400 millimeter overall total. So, hopping back over here, I do want to go ahead and show you guys the current estimated tropical storm and hurricane force winds here. Here, we'll slide this on in here real quickly. So you can see at this point in time, this yellow circle that you do see here, or this weird blob. And so this is the estimated tropical storm force winds. I mean, at this point in time, Jamaica is experiencing likely mid to upper level tropical storm force winds. With the exception of the southwestern side, likely starting to get a taste of those hurricane force winds. So that's definitely starting to get a lot closer to Jamaica. I mean, at this point in time, we're already starting to feel some of those hurricane force winds here overall. But like I said, hopping back over here to sat view, you guys can see that we do have quite a bit of lightning activity really flaring up here, which is just definitely pretty wild. Let's see here. How did Melissa start, and why has it sustained movements of just 5 miles an hour? So now it's moving at 7. It's picked up a little bit of speed because of that frontal interaction. So we do have that cold front. Let me actually zoom out a bit more so you guys can see this. So we actually do have this cold front that's actually dragging the system to the north. This was a frontal system that kicked off the southeastern United States coast. New air mass kind of pushing through, which is allowing for the storm to kind of ride up parallel to the cold front. Ahead of a cold front, ignore this. Don't pay attention to the hurricane. So on a typical cold front, you have an air mass that comes in from the backside, and you have the warmer air sector, the warm sector ahead of the cold front that pulls to the north. Remember, don't pay attention to the hurricane right now. This is just like a system. You have a low pressure system, cold front, cold air comes on the backside, warm air pulls up. The system, the hurricane, is like right here. It's getting pulled up ahead of that cold front, which is allowing the storm to move to the northeast here. It's because of that cold front is why the system is moving. If that frontal system wasn't there, Melissa would have just continued to go westward and would not have hit Jamaica dead on. So that cold front kind of threw them under the bus, unfortunately. Let's see, a couple days ago, everyone ran to West Jamaica. Turns out Kingston and East will be the safer options, considering the circumstances. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. That's another thing, that you guys still got to remember is that, the cone of uncertainty shows where the center could go, not where the effects are going to be. And, at that point in time, there was still a bit of uncertainty, in the forecast there. So, like I mentioned, it's always good to just keep monitoring the situation, So you can't always, a couple days out immediately say, okay, well, it's going to be over here. And so, there still is a lot of things that can change, even in a day, worth of, tracking it. A lot can change. Let's see here. When is landfall estimated? Very soon. Yeah, probably within the next hour or so. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if it was, I don't know, probably about an hour or so, if that. I mean, like I mentioned, the hurricane conditions are already starting out here. You guys can see here's Jamaica and the system right up on it. So yeah, we're talking really just a short period of time here. Let's go ahead and measure the distance here real quickly, just to see how far away it is. So from the eye wall to the coast, we're about 20 miles. Yeah, we're about 20 miles from the eye to the coastline there. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We're not too far away from it. Let's see. I get you. It's all a prediction to understand. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And so the cone of uncertainty is there to let you know where the center could go. Could veer to the right, could veer to the left, but it's expected to remain within these boundaries. And far out in time, those boundaries are pretty wide. I mean, for now, the boundaries are pretty, short because the system's going to start picking up speed because of this frontal system. So actually, on the big picture here, we have this area of low pressure here, just off the mid-Atlantic coast of the United States. And like I mentioned, there's that cold front coming through. You got an air mass that's pulling or pushing back on the backside here. So you got air coming in from the back, and then you got that warm sector, the air coming up parallel to the cold front itself. And that's causing the system to steer towards this area of low up to the north, which, like I mentioned, if that wasn't there, the system would likely just continue going west somewhere. But since that front's there, it has allowed the storm to turn directions and, go out there towards Jamaica and, Cuba. I mean, like I mentioned, guys, it's not just Jamaica, too. I know the spotlight right now is on Jamaica, but we also got to remember Cuba's got to go through this, too. We can't just focus on Jamaica. We got to focus on everybody here because, like I said, Cuba, you're up next. We got a really big concern out there, as well. I mean, we're seeing a Category 4 landfall now expected. So this is for the morning of the 29th, so tomorrow morning. And around the point of landfall for eastern Cuba, we'll be seeing sustained winds of around 140 miles an hour, which is 10 over the start of Category 4 strength. Which will bring us to gusts of nearly 165 to 170 miles an hour. And that's for eastern Cuba at landfall. Then, of course, as it pulls off of Cuba, it'll still be a Category 2 storm as it goes over the southern and central Bahamas. Like I said, they're another area that we got to watch out for. It's not just there. Those other areas got to watch out for. Watch out for it too. And then, unfortunately, that's not all either, because, like we mentioned, Bermuda, they're actually kind of in the path here as well. So, I mean, we have several areas that we just got to watch out for. We got to definitely keep an eye out for all these areas. Also, I mean, of course, Jamaica, yes. They're going to be getting the system the worst by far. The next up, Cuba, and so forth. Let's see, how's the evacuation rate in Jamaica and Cuba? I'm not sure the exact numbers per se, but I do know there has been a lot of people that have evacuated. But at this point in time, there is no more evacuating. The grounds or the flights have been grounded for quite a bit now, unfortunately. So if you're there now, you're stuck until the storm is over with. So here's a view at the close view at the eye. You can see, the eye has actually grown a little bit in size if you look closely. Tons and tons of lightning activity going on here at the moment. Like we mentioned, a lot of that activity going off right now. Definitely is quite a beast of a storm. But like I mentioned, that excessive amount of lightning activity that's still going on, is just telling us that the system is still picking up strength. Unfortunately, so we're still strengthening. At this point in time, which is definitely unfortunate. Let's see, the flights ended at 1 yesterday. Yeah, I knew they've been grounded for quite a while. Buck says, let's see, 170 at landfall. So this will likely be. So right now it's sustained at 175. Would not be surprised if it was even a little stronger. just given the way everything's going right now, it looks like it's still picking up some strength here even now. So we're probably closer to about 180 sustained right now. So speaking of the winds, this is the latest estimated tropical storm force winds here. So you guys can see the yellow blob here. So here's Jamaica. Jamaica's right in the middle of it. We're kind of in the mid to upper level tropical storm force winds right here, right at the point now. If you look a little closer, the northern tip of the estimated tropical storm force winds are already getting close to the coast of Cuba. So Cuba's, like I mentioned, not far away as well from the impacts here. Then of course we have the little red circle here. That's where the hurricane force winds are currently estimated to be, and you can see this was actually updated here at 8 o'clock a.m. I believe actually 7:30 a.m. In which at the point now we're likely seeing those hurricane force winds already starting. So let's go ahead and hop back here to SAT. We'll go ahead and zoom out so you guys can see it a little bit more on the broad scale here. But yeah, absolute beast. We're closing in here. It'll be making that landfall here very, very shortly. We're almost to the point now of landfall. So like I mentioned, it's getting ready to reach the peak intensity for Jamaica, and like we mentioned, this is the worst storm that Jamaica has ever seen, on record. And the records go back pretty far. They do go back pretty far, and this is the strongest one that Jamaica has ever seen, unfortunately. All right, so let's hop back over here to the rainfall totals. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of rain ahead of us here. Matter of fact, we just got a new update on the rainfall totals. Still expecting 20 to 30 inches for the central and west central side here of the upper levels of Jamaica. So we are still expecting 20 to 30 inches. A brand new updated map here. But yeah, you can see 20 to 30 inches of rain, 500 to 750 millimeters here in the pink. The dark red, which also includes a little area in Cuba, 16 to 20 inches. They even included 20 inches or more possible for southern Cuba. But yeah, so the dark red is that 16 to 20 inch margin. The red area, so this includes majority of Jamaica, is in the range of 12 to 16 inches overall. What kind of shelters do they have? Anything strong, safe, floodproof? Unfortunately, a lot of Jamaica, there's a lot of lower income areas, and they don't really have much protection. Now, there is, some towns and some, big cities like Kingston. I know that there's, still likely quite a bit of people out there, in those bigger buildings, essentially. But yeah, like I mentioned, unfortunately, most of Jamaica is pretty low income, which, it makes it hard to deal with systems like this, not only preparing for them, but also dealing with their aftermath as well. So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people probably don't have the best of shelters. So we'll, like I said, we'll hope for the best here. But at this point in time, like I mentioned, the system is, it's almost at the point of landfall here. We are sustained at 175 per last Hurricane Center update here, and we're likely gusting over. At this point in time, we're likely gusting well over 220 miles an hour. But anyways, guys, if y'all have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. We'll be more than happy to help y'all. See, the weather plane couldn't fly into the storm. It was just too powerful. Yeah, there was that one mission that was canceled because of how strong the storm was. Speaking of the hurricane hunters, let's see what they're doing now. Okay, so we almost. Here we go. We actually have the Air Force hurricane hunters. They're getting close to the eye here. So there's our eye. They're getting really close up to the eye at this point. So the sun's coming up, so we should have new visible views here. The NOAA hurricane hunters are currently flying over Cuba, so they're still a little ways away. But yep, we have the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They are first to the show. They'll be in the eye shortly. So whenever they get to the eye, we'll look back and we'll get some of that data and we'll read it out. Yeah, definitely a bit concerned. With all that lightning we were just talking about here. Here, let's hop back to sat view, and we'll go and show you guys that. So, I mean, you guys can see, all of those flashes, all those plus signs there. That's all lightning activity going on here. Here, let's switch to visible here. Let's see if we can get a good view on that here. We'll do true color. Here we go. Oh, yeah. You can see once the sun came up, switch to daytime mode. Wow, dude. Here, let's get rid of GLM flashes for a minute here. We'll zoom out for a minute. Let's get rid of the lightning data so we can see the eye as it is. Yep, there it is. That's the system right there. That is just unbelievable. If you look closely, you can actually see all that deep convection pockets on the eastern side of the storm here. There's a lot of rain associated with those. A lot of that rain is going to be going out there towards like Haiti and all. So definitely, definitely going to be flooding out there too. Even the Dominican Republic is going to be seeing quite a bit of rain out of the system. All right, let's zoom in a little closer so you guys can see that view a little bit. You can actually see a little bit of clearing going on there. You can see, just how fast it's spinning here. We'll go ahead and here. Let's pause this here on that last scan. So yeah, you can see a little bit of clearing right in there. I can't really draw in there without getting everything. But yeah, you can see there's definitely a little bit of clearing. Still some pretty good clearing. Just unbelievable. Yeah, you can see some of these ripples too. Go ahead and play this again for you guys. But like I said, we're definitely getting quite close to the point of landfall now. Do we have any pictures from the International Space Station? I do not have any, but I probably couldn't share them either because they're probably copyrighted by people. So, but I haven't seen any per se. I have not, but I'm sure it's pretty wild up there. Well, there you go. You guys could see me. I forgot I have that camera on. We'll go ahead and bring it back up. Why not? We started out with our cam on, but like I said, it just takes up a lot of room. Yeah, we're actually gonna get rid of that just because it takes up too much room. But yeah, we're not too much further here. Let's go ahead and measure this again. We'll do a bit of measurements. How long have I been live? This stream 43 minutes. Earlier I was live for another 4 hours, and then yesterday we were live for like over 7 hours total. I've been streaming a lot lately on the system. I can't wait for it to be over. But like I mentioned, after Jamaica, I got to go to Cuba coverage. And then after Cuba, I got to go to Bahama coverage. And then after the Bahamas, I got to go to Bermuda coverage. It's like, oh my goodness. I mean, there's 3 other areas I got to cover right after this, sadly. All right, let's go ahead and measure the eye here. All right, so from eye wall to eye wall, from west to east eye wall here, we are looking at about 22 miles from the north to the south, about 20 and a half miles or so. What's up, Sarah? Good to see you. Saying hi. Where's the storm currently, please and thank you. Yeah, of course. Here, let me get out of this real quickly so you guys can see. So here's Jamaica. We are right on the edge of Jamaica here. So if I was to zoom out, you can see here's Florida, here's Cuba, here's the Bahamas, and if we zoom in here, you guys can see Jamaica. It's up close here. Let's see here. Tessa says I barely sleep, and I keep finding this page, and I was like, whoa, I don't think he sleeps either. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been able to get much sleep. I am completely sleep deprived. Melissa has been draining me lately, but like I said, I'm dedicated. We're here. Honestly, I'm just happy to be here. Not happy under the circumstances, but definitely happy to be able to help. But anyways, everybody, if y'all have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Here, we'll go ahead and zoom back in on the eye here. We'll go back to the infrared view. We'll get that clean infrared view for you guys. Yeah, you guys can actually see the eye getting a little bit bigger the closer it gets to Jamaica. I mean, not by a whole lot. I mean, it's only gained a couple miles. Let's see. Thank you. You guys are very welcome. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm happy to be here for y'all. We're here for you guys. Hard to believe we've been tracking this storm over a week already. But unfortunately, it's we got more to go. I hope I can get enough rest in between Jamaica and Cuba's landfall, because yeah, Cuba's gonna have their landfall pretty darn early as well. Actually, a little bit earlier, believe it or not. Here, let me. Wait, new flight found 893 millibars. There's no way. Not even fully in the center. Dude, what? Here, let's hop back. Oh my gosh, they did. No way. Oh, that is terrible. Okay, so we got some breaking news coming through. Apparently, the hurricane hunters are now measuring 893 millibars, which lines up with all of that intense lightning that we were talking about in the eye wall. That is ridiculous. It is definitely strengthening at this point. What winds have they measured? Okay. That is flagged, though. Yeah, it's a suspect. Oh, my goodness, dude. That is just ridiculous. See, it's not even the core yet. Notice, yeah, they're in the eye wall. They have flight winds of about 165 knots. That is just ridiculous. I mean, that's got to be throwing them around in there. That is unbelievable. So like I said, everybody, we now apparently have pressure down to 893 millibars. That is a lot lower than I thought it would be. Let's see here. Is that a record? I don't think it's the lowest that the pressure has been, but it's making a run for it. It's definitely the strongest that's ever got to Jamaica, that's for sure. Yeah, once I knew I saw that lightning activity in the eye like that. Here, look at that. You guys can see all those little flashes. But, you know, once I started seeing that, I'm like, yeah, this thing is definitely picking up a lot of strength here. Like, that is just unbelievable. So we're likely sustaining well over 180 miles an hour at this point. Let's see. That puts it in the number 4 spot already, and it isn't in the full eye yet. Yeah. Holy cow, dude. I'm honestly just blown away, at how strong this thing has gotten. Here, let me hop back. Let's see if they updated this at all yet. Okay, we'll have to keep that updated. I'll keep on updating that page there. But yeah, you guys can see here once again the hurricane hunters. Their pressure is down to 893.5. They had 896.902. I mean that is just wild. And then all that lightning activity just before landfall. The thing literally rapidly intensified right at the edge. Why is it going to Jamaica? We have a cold front coming off the southeastern United States, which is dragging it to the north. It's also going to beat the record for the strongest landfall set by Labor Day. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Here, let me backtrack here. Hopefully we'll get some new data soon. Yeah, I still can't believe that that wind data they got. Like I said, I mean it's flagged as a suspect. I mean that's just unbelievable. And they were 165 flight level winds, which they fly at 10,000 feet. Here, let me keep on updating here. How long has it been since we had the last update? It's been it's been about 10 minutes now, so we should be getting that very soon. Is Kingston gonna get strong? Yeah, Kingston's gonna get hit pretty hard, but not nearly as hard as Western Jamaica. Here's the big picture, y'all. So Kingston, over here. There's Kingston right there. Wow. See, Carrot says, knowing that we're about to see devastation like never before, it breaks my heart. Yeah, Jamaica is going to be hit real hard with this. I mean, that's an understatement. I mean, with the pressure now down in the lower 890s at landfall, that is like super hurricane strength. Let's see here. Angie says, Karen, we have family in Mandyville. I was able to keep watch on the house via our cameras, but everything is now offline. We can only pray. Here, let me look and see. I'll check Mandyville for you. It's the least I could do. Okay, Mandyville. Yeah, they're a little bit further inland. But definitely, without a doubt, still going to get some real heavy impacts. Here, let me update the page. Did they update that yet? Still no updates on the hurricane hunters. Let's see. Let's see here. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Satellite view is gravity waves again. Yeah. I'm in shock right now, dude. It literally pulled worst case scenario just before landfall. Still no update on the hurricane hunters. We're waiting for that here. Should be out very soon. Should be out momentarily. And if you guys are just tuning in here, the hurricane hunters, they just measured pressure down to 893 millibars, which is already beating the record for the strongest landfall ever in Jamaica. I mean, we knew that for a while, but honestly, I was not expecting it to get this strong last minute. What's going on with the data? Why is there no eastern or western eyewall data? Okay, that's a little concerning. Apparently their altitude dropped like dramatically too. That is not good. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see this better. Like, do you guys see this? We only got data from one side of the eye wall. Okay. Oh, they're just flying around inside of the eye. That's what they're doing. Yeah, we got 893. We got all kinds of 800s. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, look at that. That's why we haven't got that, because they're literally flying around inside of the eye trying to get that lowest pressure. Let's see, 896, 894, 897, 893. Yeah, it looks like they found the lowest of 893 millibars. Oh. Holy cow. No, I mean there is no such thing as a Category 6. This is just a high-end Cat 5. Oh my goodness, dude. I just can't believe like how quick the pressure dropped between the two recon missions. Let's see, Buck says worst ever. Yeah, by far. I mean, it literally could not have been any worse of a scenario, sadly. Yeah, I was really wondering why they were just, why we weren't getting any other eyewall data there for, but like I said, they're literally flying around inside of the eye. Here you go. Here's the latest data you guys can see from the... Here, let me zoom in so you guys can see that a lot better. There you go. Got all kinds of points here. They've... like I said, they're just all over the place inside of the eye here. But the lowest one, the lowest numbers I see here is 893. 893.4 is the lowest pressure that I see. I wonder if the Hurricane Hunter or the Hurricane Center is going to update. Here, let me check on them real quickly. Nope. Last update was at 8 o'clock. Yeah, last update was at 901 millibars. Yeah, but we're down to 893 now. Yeah, literally an hour ago, Hurricane Center had us staying at 901 millibars. Max sustained winds of 175. Now it's down to 893 millibars. We have officially broke well into the 800s, which is just unbelievable. We're likely sustained probably right around 185. How bad of a hurricane is this compared to Milton last year? Honestly, this is way worse than Milton, by far. I mean, by a mile. Milton was bad, but it was a Cat 3 at landfall in Florida. It was an upper Cat 3. This is a high-end Cat 5. I mean, see, south side supports 180 mile an hour lower levels. It seems scared to see the north side. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting on. Oh, man. Oh, dude, that's just terrible. You guys can see on the eye here, right? So you see in the first few frames before it reloops, see there was only a couple plus signs there. But look how all these plus signs just pull up. These are all lightning strikes, by the way. So you see how there was like a few lightning strikes in the first few frames, and then it just suddenly a big ring of several hundred lightning strikes. That right there, plus seeing these waves that you guys see, these are gravity waves. Between seeing the gravity waves and the extreme amount of lightning that's in the eye here, clear indicators of rapid intensification. And it's doing this despite half of the storm being over Jamaica already, which is just ridiculous. Let's see. All right, so still no new data on the hurricane hunters. But, yeah, they found pressure down as low as 893 millibars. Like I said, they were just kind of flying all around the eye there. They're flying all around inside of the eye, just trying to find that lowest pressure they could. And 893 is the lowest that they found. What's up, Vinny? Good to see ya. Just unbelievable. Here, let's switch back over here to true color here, y'all. Yeah, I mean, you can literally see the ring. I mean, look, if I was to turn off the data, right? Can you guys make out the eye just in the lightning detection data? I mean, look at that. You can make out the eye just by overlapping the lightning and nothing else. I mean, like I said, that just blows my mind. I mean, literally last second, right to the point of landfall here, it slams on the gas. Unbelievable. But yeah, there you go. There's the there's that. Let's see. Is it normal for lightning being central around the eye? Not really. Usually when you see that, that means that the storm is undergoing a significant amount of strengthening. That is a clear indicator. Clear indicator of rapid development. All right, let's hop back. We're going to look at sandwich mode. Wow. Prayers for the people. Absolutely. For sure. Goodness. This just breaks my heart, dude. Like, studying weather for so much and seeing literally everything go wrong in the storm, it's just terrible. What time is landfall? Any time, really. I mean, we're right at the point, coming up to the point of landfall within the next hour. I mean, it's just like seeing all these phenomenons happen at once, like the gravity waves and seeing the, intense amount of lightning there, in the eye. It's just, I mean, look at the waves there. You guys can see them. It's just ridiculous. Here, we'll zoom that in for you guys again so you guys can see it up close, just to see how close we are to land. I mean, you can see we're almost at landfall here. And of course, now is when it decides to do the strongest move it's ever done. Here, let's check up on some live cams here. See what we got going on. Got a lot of cameras that are actually down. This one's actually working. It's back up and running. Doesn't look too bad out there, though. See, updated to 896. Oh, on the Hurricane Center? Wait, did the Hurricane Center update? 180 they have it at. Holy cow. Oh, buddy. Here, y'all look at this. Let me put this up for you guys. There you go. Officially from the Hurricane Center. Minimum pressure of 896 millibars. Sustained winds of 180 miles an hour. That's nuts. Still moving north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. The message from the Hurricane Center said Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters find Melissa stronger as the northern eye wall is approaching the southern coast of Jamaica. 9 o'clock a.m. Position update. So they have it at 896. But the aircraft found 893. A couple areas actually of 893. They probably just averaged it or something. I don't know. I don't know how they got 896 when they had a couple scans of 893. I don't know. Not entirely sure. See, they'll definitely update if the north side is far worse. Well, I don't know. I mean, next update will probably be at 10 o'clock. At the point of imminent landfall, they usually update every hour. And, because they updated at, 8 o'clock, and then they just updated at 9. So, yeah, at this point in time, they're pushing hourly updates because it's at the most sensitive time. See, it's a large. It's growing in size a bit, and like I said, all that lightning activity there, you guys could see. That's once again a clear indicator of strengthening going on. Let's look at the lower level water vapor there. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. Look how dry it is. There's black in the lower level water vapor scan. That just shows you how dry it is in the eye there. Yeah, look at that. That is showing a huge amount of dry air in the eye. That's like the storm has gutted all the moisture out of the eye. Let's see, what's Kingston wind gust? So Kingston will be likely gusting upwards of about 70 or so. Near Cat 1 strength, pretty much. They're supposed to see sustained winds of about 50 miles an hour. Yeah, Kingston got severely lucky, but like I mentioned, it's still conditions are going to be very nasty out there in the Kingston area. Be crazy if they did an emergency update. I mean, that's kind of what they're doing every hour. You know, normal routine season updates is every 6 hours, and then whenever there's an imminent storm, it's every 3 hours, and then at the point, you know, the heaviest impacts, it's every hour. That's crazy. Try some more sat views here. How does this storm compare to Hurricane Irma? Let's see. What was Irma's strength? I can't really remember everything like that. Let's see. I mean, landfall in Florida is a Cat 3, 115. Peak wind gusts of 142. Yeah, this is worse than Irma by far. Huh. Yeah, that's... You know, you got some people that are like walking encyclopedias with weather. I'm not like that. I can't even remember what I ate for breakfast. So it's a little bit tricky for me to remember a lot of these past events, unless I've been in them. You know, like I was saying, I was in Milton. Let's see. I don't know, Carrot, if it's that high. But regardless of whatever it is, it's too much for these people to handle. Way, way too much. About a little over 125 too much to handle. Trying to make a smile in the court. What? There ain't no way. You said a smile? Oh, wait, I kind of see it. What? Like, there's an eye right there. There's an eye right there. Okay, that's freaking weird, dude. That is weird. Do you guys see that too? Oh. How many hours is that loop? It's the last 200 frames, which is 4 hours, looks like. Yeah, about the last 4 hours. Unbelievable. See, Irene did the same thing. What, with the smiley face? I've seen a lot of storms like have a skull. Or which one was it, that skull? There's two of them that I remember had like a skull shape to it. Yeah, that's just freaky stuff, man. But anyways, everybody, I mean, yeah, at this point in time, it's definitely safe to say that Jamaica is experiencing hurricane force winds. So, what's up, King David? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. You're in St. Thomas, Jamaica. Let me check. I'll look for you. See what you're up. What's going on over there? Here, let me bring it up. Wait. 'Cause There we go. Okay, yeah, you're on you're east of Kingston. You're kind of in the better side of Jamaica. But still, conditions out there are going to be pretty heavy. See a lot of rain. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, you be careful out there. Alright, we're going to overlay our GLM flashes here. Y'all, I need to take a minute to, like, decompress this real quick. This is, like, this is just, it's affecting me mentally. Let's see. They will at least update that 893 millibar at 10 a.m. Well, they actually updated it to 890, or yeah, 896 is what they have it at now. So, thanks a lot, my friend. No problem, dude. I got you. You be careful, dude. Seriously. I wish I could do more than this, but I'm just doing everything I can to help y'all out. All right, y'all. I'm gonna back away for a minute. I need to decompress for a few moments. Like I said, this is just getting to me quite a bit. I'm gonna leave sat view up. I'll be right back. You guys hang tight. I'll leave the big sat for you guys. All right, y'all. We'll be back here shortly. Alrighty, everybody. We are back here. Sorry about that. I had to step off for a little bit. We've, like I said, we've been streaming a lot lately. Haven't got much sleep in a while. And just the constant talk about the storm kind of got to me there for a little bit. But we are back. Hope everyone's doing well. What's up, Philip? Good to see ya. What's up, Buck? Welcome. What's up, Lynette? But here's the current view. Looks like that eye wall is starting to touch the set of Jamaica now. Definitely got a lot of lightning activity still going on here. Let's take a look at the latest Hurricane Center's outlook here. Okay, we're still at 896 millibars. We should get a new update relatively soon. When's it supposed to hit Jamaica? Now. Yeah, it's starting its hit right now. Because like I said, you guys can see now that the eye wall is starting to hit now. Where's it making landfall? On the western side of Jamaica here. Let me zoom out so you guys can see a little bit better. So there's Jamaica as a whole. You can see it's making landfall on the western side out there by the Black River area. So yeah, I mean it's right up on the coast now. Landfall hasn't happened yet, but it's like moments away. Moments away. Looks like the timing was pretty right that we were talking about earlier, which is good. Here, let me bring you guys back over here to the other outlooks and stuff. Here you go. This is the latest tropical storm force winds here in the yellow. And the latest hurricane force winds out there in that little red circle there. But yeah, those hurricane winds. This was actually updated here at what was it, 8 o'clock. So this is like 2 hours old. So hurricane force winds at this point are indeed hitting Jamaica. We just recently got a new update too, not super long ago, on the rainfall totals. Central Jamaica, we're going to be seeing a good 20 to 30 inches of rain still yet to fall. This is, like I said, brand new. But yeah, 20 to 30 inches of rain, 500 to 750 millimeters worth of rainfall. Real one, I do not think so. A lot of the cameras that we had in western Jamaica are gone down. Have gone down because of power outages. I think, let's try this one here. Doesn't look like a whole lot on. Yeah, we're buffering quite a bit on that one. Let's see, Maypin. Still people driving. Like, let's see. What's projected surge? I don't have the map. Hurricane Center does not post the map, unfortunately. But from what I did see, it was between 10 to 15 foot. So quite a bit of surge. Carla, no, this is not hitting anywhere in the United States. This is far away. All right, let's hop back, y'all, back to the sat view. We'll zoom back into the eye here. So that eye wall is starting to touch the coast of Jamaica at this point. So the landfall process is beginning now. So that landfall process has already started, and you guys can see those plus signs in there. That's all lightning activity. Just before the point of landfall here, we just seen an episode of rapid intensification, bringing that pressure down to 892 millibars. Hurricane Center has that 896, but Hurricane Hunters measured 892. And of course, we have those maximum sustained winds right now of 180 miles an hour. We're likely gusting over 220. Let's see. Yeah, Carrie, you ain't kidding, dude. All right, so here's the full picture. You guys can see on the right-hand side we have a lot of heavy convection, too. A lot of that's going to be impacting Haiti, driving a lot of flooding out there as well, so it's not just Jamaica. Also, want to give you guys a heads up to remember that it's not just Jamaica that's going to get landfall. Next up is Cuba later on tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, late tonight. And we'll be having a Category 4 landfall here in Cuba. The system is still going to maintain a lot of strength. It'll be making landfall in East Cuba at 140 sustained. So definitely still very much significant. Then, of course, from Cuba, it'll cross into the Bahamas. And then once it goes from the Bahamas, it'll continue northeast to Bermuda, likely as a Category 1 storm. All right, let's bring up that true color again. So you can see all those waves, those ripples. So between that and the lightning, that was telling us that we have quite a bit of strengthening that's been ongoing with that system. I mean, that eye is just right on the coast right now. I mean, it is right there. Tina, thank you so much for sending a 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support, my friend. It helps out a ton. Like I said, we couldn't do it without y'all's support, so thank you, everybody, for all the support. It means a lot. See, Boomer says it would really wouldn't take much for it to turn into United States of Florida. Nah, that's not true. We got that frontal system that's literally pushing it away from the U.S. With that air mass that's behind that frontal, that cold front there. And like I said, the reason that the system's pulling north is because of, ahead of that cold front, you have that parallel moving air. This thing is not going to come anywhere near the United States. Let me go ahead and show you guys back over here to the cone. Keeping everything well away from the U.S. Tina says, you're so welcome. I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Third Dog. Appreciate it. For the clutch for 30 joules. Thank you for the support, my friend. You guys rock. Sorry if I sound out of it. I'm just out of it. Like I said, the amount of streaming we've been doing on this system and how much sleep I've not gotten. Plus just the mental, just the complexity, just the craziness of this. It's a lot. But we're still here for you guys. That'll never end, no matter what. All right, let's take a look back at the total rainfall here. Show you guys the rainfall map here. So there you go. So once again, we have central Jamaica, that 20 to 30 inch margin still. This is actually a relatively new map here. that we've looked at. Been updated recently, so 20 to 30 inches up there in the pink. 500 to 750 millimeters worth of rain. Oh my goodness, Boomer! Thank you so much for the 800 joules, my friend. That is really, really nice of you. Thank you. You did not have to do that. Let's see. That is really nice of you, dude. Thank you. Real One says, I was going to say you've been streaming a long time. Every time I scroll, I catch you. Seems like 2 days now at least. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, man. All right, let's change this back up to clean infrared. Tina, thank you so much once again. Coming in with a floating heart for 10. I appreciate that. You guys are very sweet. I really appreciate y'all's support. So, like I mentioned, at this point in time, we are at the point of the landfall process. It's starting to occur. That northeastern eye wall is starting to touch the southwestern side of Jamaica. See better info than Weather Channel. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, dude. That means a lot, man. Let's see. My mom joined saying, Drew, thank you for all you do to help people. You have such a kind heart. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Ma. Appreciate it. I do. Alright, y'all. Here's the current estimated tropical storm force winds here in the yellow. They're actually starting to reach Cuba. Those tropical storm force winds you can see there in the yellow. Here, we'll zoom in a little bit for you guys so that y'all can see it a little bit better here. But we do have the yellow there, so that's where the estimated tropical storm force winds are. Remember, this is also 2 hours old, so there's a really good possibility that southern Cuba is starting to experience tropical storm conditions here, while the hurricane force winds are now starting to advance into the southwestern side of Jamaica. See the surge on the south side of Jamaica. Got to be higher than that. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. You know, given the unexpected shift in strength, yeah, I'm sure those surges are easily 15 foot or more. That's being like generous. Like I said, everybody, just be sure to keep these people in your prayers. It's quite nasty. It's not every day you see something like this. I mean, literally, this will go down in the record books. Melissa will be removed from the named system. This will be the last Melissa there'll ever be. And, you know, it's very sad to see. And like I said, everybody, ever since we've been recording hurricanes, which has been over 150 years or so, or was it 175 or something like that? We've been recording them for well over a century. This is the strongest to have ever hit Jamaica by a mile. By a very large stretch. Yeah, Boomer for sure. It's so sad. Here, we'll zoom back in for you guys so y'all can see that. Still an excessive amount of lightning still in the eye. Let's check up on the hurricane hunters, actually. Are they flying back in? Yep, actually just did. Matter of fact, here, let me zoom back out a little bit. Hurricane hunters apparently did fly back in. Oh, actually, we have both the hurricane hunters now in the storm here. Goodness. Yeah, it looks like those winds from the hurricane hunter data have it nearly 180 knots. But that is suspect, though. Let's see here. No, it's at 180 now, sustained. All right, y'all. We'll be back here in a few moments again. I gotta take another moment. We shall be back. Alrighty, everybody. We are back here. Not sure for how long, but just wanted to hop back on here for a moment with you guys. There's the big picture. Landfall process is now starting. Definitely getting pretty gnarly out there. Here, let's bring you guys back over here. Let's see if they've updated any of this. Hurricane Center page is updating. Let's see. There we go. Last update was 8 o'clock. Probably get the new update at 11 o'clock or so. Anyways, so the yellow that you guys see there, yellow is showing estimated tropical storm force winds currently. And that little red circle that you guys see, that is where the estimated hurricane force winds are currently at. So, definitely at this point in time, and this was at 8 o'clock a.m., this was 2.5 hours ago, essentially. At this point in time, that is outdated, but yeah, hurricane force conditions are definitely occurring now. And here's the latest. You can actually see the eye wall starting to touch the coast of Jamaica now. I think now we can officially say that landfall has started. You know, considering that. Let's see. Let me check up on the hurricane hunters real quickly to see what they're at. I think they're going home. You know what? Hurricane hunters, they actually flew in once, and then they're like, nope, we're done. Probably because it's already at the point of getting ready to make landfall. They're just going back home. See the NOAA hurricane hunters, they're going, they're pretty much in East Jamaica right now. Let me check on the data. Yeah, it was showing 180 knots, but that was a suspect SFMR wind gust or wind speed there. You can see all that gibberish. This is where they were flying around in the eye trying to find that low, which they actually found the pressure to be 982 millibars, which is extremely low. What's up, June? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But still, you know, really not seeing any change in that lightning. Look at that. I mean, it's just a perfect ring of lightning. So each one of those plus signs that you guys see, those are lightning strikes there. And you can literally see the perfect ring of lightning that's going around the eye wall. Absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, we just had a sudden burst of rapid intensification in the storm before it made landfall. And it's still strengthening. It's still not showing any signs of weakening. You know, right now we're sustained at 185 miles an hour. Central low is down to 892 millibars, moving north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. Yeah, Carrot, for real. Carrot, did you see my message I was telling you about? Precipitable water, PWatt values are almost 3 inches in some spots. You talk about, like, an oversaturated environment. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, you're right. A storm like this should never exist. It's just too powerful, you know. Absolutely unbelievable. By the way, everybody, if y'all have any questions, I'll be here. I've been kind of popping in and out here every once in a while. Been doing a lot of coverage, been getting to me lately, I ain't gonna lie. But after this landfall here, we're going to be, after this landfall occurs and once it goes through Jamaica for the most part, I'm going to head off, get rest, and then as soon as I wake up, we're going to get right back on it for Cuba's landfall, because y'all got to remember, it's not just Jamaica. Yeah, Cuba too. Cuba's supposed to have a sustained winds of, what was it, 140? I think, yeah, 140 from the Hurricane Center. Wendy says, "Where is this at?" This is in Jamaica. They are getting absolutely slammed out there. Like I said, the worst that Jamaica has ever seen in history. The eye wall's officially touching land at this point. Perfectly symmetrical eye there. Just absolutely crazy. But yeah, like I said, the point at landfall just before Cuba, Hurricane Center has the storm sustaining 140 mile an hour winds. They'll be gusting to about 165 miles per hour. Category 4 storm. As it leaves Cuba, it'll be a Category 2. It'll make another landfall, more than likely, in the central and southern Bahamas. Is a Category 2. Then the system will continue and will make a close, if not a direct, impact to Bermuda out there. Let's see here. Let's see, Brian says, in 140 hurricanes still bad. Oh, yeah, definitely. Like that's, they classify a major hurricane as Category 3 or greater. And we're going to be in still Category 4 at the point of landfall in eastern Cuba. Which is just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, let's hop back here to the hurricane hunters. Let's see, they got any new data coming through. Like I said, yeah, the Air Force hurricane hunters, they're heading back home. They're like, nope, we out. They literally did one pass through the eye, and then they turned around, and now they're going back home. Reason being is, what I believe anyways, is... Well, there could be two reasons. It could be A, the system's too strong to the point where it puts the lives of the hurricane hunters in danger. Or B, it's because it's literally starting to make landfall. They can't really do a whole lot. They can fly around in it, over land, but they can't do any drop signs or anything like that. Or even C, a combination of both. Which more than likely it's C. But here's the eye up close, y'all. Carrot says I think it's too strong. Yeah, it is. Literally, it's bad whenever a storm is too strong to where you can't fly in it. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The fact that the hurricane hunters cannot fly in it because it puts them in danger. Boomer says, could you imagine flying through that? No, you would be like hitting the ceiling from the amount of turbulence that's happening there. I mean, I've seen some turbulence from Milton. Yeah, that Milton, honestly, at this point, Milton is like a baby compared to what this storm is. There for a little bit, Milton did get down to the 800 millibar range, but I think it was only like 898 or something, 899 maybe. It was pretty it was pretty high, but this one, so far, the pressure has gotten down to 892 millibars, which, for those who don't know, average sea level pressure is 1,013. 0 is an absolute vacuum. And the pressure is down to 892, which is just crazy. You know, you have so much vertical velocity that the air is, it's literally a vacuum. It is literally a vacuum. Which is just absolutely wild. Let's see. What are the waves coming out from the eye called? The gravity waves? Yeah, those are called gravity waves. They look pretty cool, don't they? One of the lowest I've seen. Yeah, that makes a lot of us. I mean, 892 is ridiculous. I'm ready for it to die out, though, man. I'm ready for the storm to just completely fizzle out. Actually, let's take a peek back at the visible satellite, or the true color. This is it right now. Yeah, I'll go ahead and zoom in for you guys again there. Well, actually, we'll go ahead and disable the GLM flashes here, so you guys can see the true eye. I mean, look at that. It's just crazy. What's up, Joy? Good to see you. Yeah, I'd say gravity waves are enormous. Yeah, for real. It's just wild. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's pulling a bit to the north, doesn't it? It's kind of going mostly north now. North, right now it's moving at 7 miles an hour. And if you guys are wondering, we are sustained right now at 185 miles an hour. So sustained means constant winds, and the eye are at 185 miles per hour. So we're likely gusting, 220-ish. Probably more, to be honest with you. I mean, because there was that one report of 240 mile an hour wind gusts being reported, and that was before this rapid intensification episode. Which is just crazy. Yeah, Carrot, for real, it is a saw blade. Literally, it looks like a saw blade. Storms like this is just unbelievable. Honestly, I have a real good feeling that this is going to be the one of the year. I mean, it's already the storm of the year. What am I saying? I mean, at this point in time, yeah, this literally the storm of the year. What's up, Chris? Good to see you. Got to be with them. Complete devastation. And for those towns to get flooded, mudslide. Yeah, that's on top of the winds too. You got the really big problem with the winds and all that stuff. And then it's like, you got the flooding problem. You got the surge issues. I mean, there's just so much stuff happening all at once. Mudslides and yeah. Boomer says it's a huge tornado wrapped in water. Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, if you think about it, sustained winds are 185. That's equivalent to EF4. I'm pretty sure that's equivalent to EF4. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99.9% sure that that's considered EF4 strength. And you got to think that eye is like 20 miles. You know, those winds, those EF4 strength winds are like 20 miles across, which is just ridiculous. Here, let me hop back over here to infrared view. Bring up the clean water vapor, or sorry, clean infrared here. Still got a lot of heavy convection also to the east there. All that's going to be going up into Haiti. Haiti's going to be really feeling that one. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll pick back up here in a few moments. I will see you all here in a minute. Alrighty, everybody. I probably scared about half the people here. Hope everyone's doing good. It is good to see you guys back here. We're going to do a little bit of an update real quickly on the storm. At this point in time, we are officially making landfall in Jamaica. The absolute beast, is well stronger than what any of us anticipated it being. Unfortunately, we are sustaining 185 mile an hour winds right now, and we are gusting well over 200 miles an hour. The central low pressure is down to a mind-blowing 892 millibars, and is moving to the northeast at 7 miles per hour. So conditions are continuing to deteriorate across western Jamaica. Some of the worst of the impacts are happening now. Definitely pretty nasty out there. We're going to take a peek over here at the latest guidance from the Hurricane Center. So this is the latest tropical storm force winds. You can see that, the point being, this yellow blob that you see here, this is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at. And of course, you do have the little red area here too. This is where the hurricane force winds are at as well. So at this point in time, we are having hurricane force winds go into Jamaica. At this point in time, they are already feeling those hurricane conditions out there. So then we're going to be moving into eastern Cuba by late tonight, early tomorrow morning. We're going to be having another landfall here as a Category 4 hurricane. Then, of course, the system will work its way into the central and southern Bahamas, likely as a Category 2 storm. And then, of course, like we mentioned here, we are going to be having the system also go out there by Bermuda there as well. So we'll definitely be looking out there for that. We'll be giving you guys coverage on all of that. Let's see. Is it moving slow over Jamaica? It's actually picked up a little bit of speed. I think it's moving at 7 miles an hour now. Let me double check on that here. I think we just got a new update from the Hurricane Center here. It's moving at 9 miles an hour at 11 o'clock a.m. So, yeah, the latest update that we had here from the Hurricane Center has it moving northeast at 9 miles an hour, so it's definitely picking up speed. Central pressure is down to 892 millibars, which is one of the lowest pressures I've seen in a storm. And maximum sustained winds here is 185 miles per hour. So definitely quite significant here. The hurricane hunters, they have left the storm here. The storm is right at the point of landfall. There's not a whole lot more they can do right now. So they've left. They've gone home. The hurricane hunters are not investigating the system anymore as of now, anyways. Once the system crosses back off into this part of the water after it goes through Jamaica, we'll probably have the hurricane hunters go back out and kind of investigate it, see how well it standed, how much intact it still is. But like I said, it's still going to be an absolute beast of a hurricane even once it passes through Jamaica here. It's going to be a Category 4 at landfall for Jamaica. And around that point, not Jamaica, Cuba. And around that point in time, we're going to be sustaining about 140 mile an hour winds on the forecast track for eastern Cuba here overall. So anyways, like I mentioned, hurricane hunters, they are going home. Actually, they are almost back at where they took off here. So, you can see they actually went through. They measured 893 millibars there. We actually had a pressure down to 892 recorded. They only flew it once, because at that point in time, the storm was approaching Jamaica. Not to mention the storm was pretty dangerous to be flying in at at the strength that it is. That's one of the most crazy things about this system is that it was so strong that the hurricane hunters they couldn't really fly in it because it's just too dangerous, which is pretty wild. Boomer says, "Do I think it'll pump back up whenever it hits water again?" I mean, it could briefly pick up some strength, once it kind of passes through Jamaica. What I'm more concerned about is how much intact the storm is going to be, after this landfall is done. Because, like we mentioned, the system is way stronger than we expected it to be. By a long shot. I mean, Hurricane Center had the system sustaining 165 at landfall for the longest time, and the reality was the system is 185. So that's 20 mile an hour greater. So, 20 mile an hour greater going over Jamaica, it's going to be a little bit stronger whenever it exits too. So that's why we're now expecting, that category 4 in eastern Cuba. For a while, it was Cat 3. Let's see here. A says, how far from land right now? Well, it's already starting to make landfall at this point in time. I'll go ahead and zoom into the eye so you guys can see it there. If you look closely, you can actually see the northeastern eye wall is now touching land here. So the landfall process has already begun. Yeah, so that's already begun here. As you guys can kind of see, it seems like it's actually shifted north now. It looks like it's moving kind of directly north here. Now, like we mentioned, given the geography of Jamaica, it's pretty mountainous. This will actually significantly disrupt the lower level flow of the hurricane, which will cause the system to wobble a bit. And, of course, it's not going to be very efficient in absorbing, a lot of heat because a lot of it's over the land. But, like I said, once it passes through Jamaica, there's a chance maybe it could pick up a little bit more strength. We'll have to see what happens. Yeah, Byron, absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Nancy? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But anyway, so yeah, that's that. Like I said, the hurricane hunters they went home. They're no longer in the storm anymore. So I just wanted to go ahead and let you guys know. Once again, we are sustained. Let's see here. Let me update this real quickly. There we go. Yeah, that was out of date. So the latest update here from the Hurricane Center has the storm. We are sustaining. Excuse me. We are sustaining 185 miles an hour. Central low is down to 892 millibars, and the storm is moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So, storm is definitely kicking pretty strong still. And like I said, it literally just started rapidly intensifying. Just before the landfall process. I mean, we've been seeing. There's that point where we just started seeing a ridiculous amount of lightning activity within the eye wall, a perfect ring of lightning. And it just started kicking up. We had those gravity waves. It's just, there's so much stuff that was going on. But yeah, the system has, officially started the landfall process at this point in time. Some of the worst of the conditions are already occurring in Jamaica. So they're starting to get to, or they're starting to get some of the worst impacts right now. So, like I said, we'll keep you guys updated. We've been streaming a heck of a lot here the last couple of days. I mean, we've been streaming hours and hours, at least like 6 hours a day. And we'll continue to do such. I really do need to get rest at some point if I'm going to do coverage in Cuba, because Cuba's going to have that landfall tonight. I've been up all night covering the system here, so at some point I'm going to be heading off and, doing that coverage in eastern Cuba. Um, let's see here. A says, aren't hurricanes typically ocean events? Don't they lose strength over land? They do, yes, because the waters contain a lot of latent heat, which that heat is absorbed into the storm, which kind of helps keep the system warm and fuels it. Not to mention, the moisture content is usually greater over the ocean, in which that's the main source of fuel that the storms use. Let's see here. Steve says, is the front or back side the strongest? The right-hand side is the strongest side of a hurricane. That's where you have the best mixing ratios and kinematics. So it's where you have the best thermodynamics, and the winds are usually the strongest on the right-hand side. Also, can't forget to mention, tornadic or cyclone-induced tornadic activity, can happen on the right quadrant of the storm. So, anyways, Marco says the eye real pretty but dangerous. Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's a beautiful, ugly. I've mentioned this before. Actually, it's a beautiful phenomenon, but it's so destructive and so ugly. It's just those poor people out there. They're getting hit real hard right now. But we'll like I said, we'll continue to monitor, Melissa. We'll keep you guys up to date with everything. Like I said, at some point here soon, I'm gonna get to sleep. I need to go to sleep. I am super tired, y'all. I've been running on like no sleep the last couple of days because of this storm. So much going on, so I'm gonna need to get some sleep here very soon, and then I'm gonna go. Whenever I wake up, I'm gonna start covering Cuba, and then of course after Cuba, now we get some rest, and then I'm gonna start covering the Bahamas. So yeah, it's just it's just one after another. Powerline says I sound tired. I am. I'm very tired. I am super tired. But like I said, my sleep is not as important as y'all's safety. So that's why I've just been pushing myself. Sleep for 2 hours and come back. If I sleep for 2 hours, I'm going to come back more tired than I am now. That's just always how it is. Let's see. Ace says, thanks for your knowledge. Have a good rest. Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not sure when I'm going to head off completely, but I'm hoping to get some rest here relatively soon. What's up, Sandra? Good to see you. Right back at you. Let's go ahead and take a look here, y'all, at the true color. This is the current view. This is the true color right now. If you look closely, it looks like we're starting to get some more clouds, lower level clouds out there in the inside of the eye. At this point in time, like we mentioned, the northeastern eye wall is now grazing the coast of southwest Jamaica. Let me bring up the sandwich mode here, so you guys can really make out the eye here. But yeah, you can really see it that on that scan there, how we have some of the blue going over. That is, we're now officially starting that landfall process. What's up, Paul? Good to see you. But anyways, so like we mentioned here, the latest Hurricane Center. Actually, let's see if they updated. They have not yet. The latest Hurricane Center update. They have the storm here sustaining 185 mile an hour winds. Pressure is down to 892 millibars. Storm has picked up quite a bit of speed. It's now moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. We'll be getting that update here from the Hurricane Center in a few moments, which will definitely let you guys know what they're going to be saying here. But, like I mentioned, the storm is an absolute beast. The pressure right now at this point, like we mentioned, is down to 892 millibars, which is just ridiculous. The storms, you don't see it very often, the pressure get that low. And this will, by far be the strongest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica. And honestly, this is kind of like one of those once-in-a-lifetime storms that you see. In about 150 to 175 years of recording hurricane seasons, the record books, there has never been a storm nearly this significant for Jamaica. It's just this, like I said, this is just one of those storms that's just catastrophic, just completely off the charts. Storms like this shouldn't exist. They're too powerful. They're way too powerful. But anyways, so but like I said, everybody, you guys please hang in there. We'll keep you guys up to date with everything here as much as we can. Like I said, I am human after all, so I do got to get some rest at some point. I've been up so much prepping you guys for the system here. This stream's been going on for 4 hours, and we streamed some more before this earlier. I think we did about 8 hours of coverage. I'm pretty sure we did about 8 hours of coverage today total. So I'm a little whooped, but like I said, as soon as I wake up, I'm gonna hop back on here. We're gonna do some more coverage for Cuba, and we'll be sure to get you guys some more information out there. But like I said, I know it's a little nerve-wracking. I know it's a little scary, but we'll get through this. We'll get through it. Let's see. A says, isn't it amazing all the technology available for support predictions to save lives? What a gold area we live. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Satellite imagery, radar. Unfortunately, the radar's down. Steve says, where am I located? I am in Polk County, Florida, which actually I'm right around the Lakeland area, which is where the hurricane hunters actually take out of, which is pretty funny. But yeah. But yeah, having satellite imagery and stuff is super useful. Is it me or does that eye look like it's shrinking again? Here, let me pull back up the GLM flashes here. Let's check up on the lightning intensity. It looks like we still. It looks like we still have a perfect ring of flashes still going around the eye there. The fact that we're still seeing the amount of flashes here, the amount of lightning activity in the eye is just ridiculous. The amount that we're seeing is just crazy. And the fact that literally the storm is over Jamaica right now, and there's still a lot of lightning in the eye, which if you guys don't know, what that means is that the storm is still strengthening, typically. Let's see. Can I stay in my car in a parking structure? Where are you at? Like, what part? Are you in Jamaica? Like, what part? Like, eastern, western? Honestly, the best place to be would be on a concrete structure. The best place to be, in an event like this, would be away from the coast, away from the top of the mountains, and, making sure that, you guys are, honestly, a concrete structure would really be helpful. You're in the Montego Bay. Okay, so. Yeah, you know what? The eye is not very far from you. Are you? I'm assuming you're really close to the coast there, huh? Yeah, you can actually see your. Here, let me zoom this out real quickly. Yeah, so you're over here. The eye is just to your south here. But yes, honestly, that would be one of the best places to be. Um, if you're in a concrete structure, yes. Y'all can obviously see now that we have that landfall has occurred out by a White House and out there by the Black River area. That's where the eye is. I mean, look at that. It's a perfect circle. It is like literally perfectly symmetrical. What's up, Pete? Good to see you. But I mean, like at this point, I mean, it's perfectly symmetrical here. Let's try these cameras. This camera's probably done. Yep, we lost it. Oh man. I knew it would only be a matter of time before we did. Here's another camera we have. Or we did. Here, let me try another one here over by a little further away. Here we go. Oh, yes. There's some flooding. Wow, look at all that water. And you know what? The bad thing is that the rain is nowhere near done. There's still so much rain that's still going to be falling out of the system. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, A, for sure. Let's see. How long do I think it'll be over Jamaica for? Well, models are a little different, but the system will be out here. Let's go back here for a minute. So, later this evening, early tomorrow morning is when that system should be far enough away where, those impacts will narrow down quite a bit. By the time we approach 8 p.m., you can see the system will be right between Jamaica and Cuba. And around that time, we'll be sustaining about 150 mile an hour winds here, gusting about 185 still. You know what? That's only 7 mile an hour short from Category 5 still. That's crazy. The fact that it's still an upper level Category 4 after it goes through Jamaica. But yeah, that's going to be right around 8 p.m. or so. Cuba's going to be getting impacted as like I said, Category 4. It'll be leaving likely as a Cat 3 now in the forecast, which is just unbelievable. But yeah, but like I said, y'all, the landfall has officially occurred. It is ongoing right now. Some of the worst conditions are happening right at this second. So make sure you keep everybody in your prayers here. Let's zoom in real quickly. Here's this is out by the Kingston area. This is nowhere near as significant as it is right now. We don't have any cameras on the western side. The only camera we had went down. So, yeah, that's not good. Let's see. Lamont says, much appreciated. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, dude. Please be careful out there, man. If you need anything, you let me know, okay? If there's anything I can do to help you out, if there's any information you need, I'll do my best to get it for you. Stay strong, dude. We got this. Like I said, at this point in time, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here because like I said, I need to get some sleep. I've been up for well over 20 hours. Been up for a while. And, doing the coverage and stuff like that. And like I said, I got to get some rest before it hits Cuba, too, because I got to cover them as well. And then after Cuba, I got to cover the Bahamas. And then after the Bahamas, I got to cover Bermuda. So, yeah, I'm pretty booked. Let's see. Henry says, "What's the wind blowing on now?" So right now it's sustained at 185 miles an hour. So that's constant winds in the eye wall at 185. Whenever it comes to the maximum wind gust, though, we're likely well over 210 or so miles an hour. We are really gusting pretty heavily. Central low is down to 892 millibars. And let's see here, the movement's now northeast at 8 miles an hour. Lamont says, "How can I share you some footage?" So we have a Twitter you can send to us, or X. Our tag is at the @ NWW116_WX. That is our Twitter if you guys want to check that out, by the way, if y'all have any footage or anything like that. But that would be awesome. Yeah, I would definitely like to see that. Angie says, "Please go rest up. Thank you for all you've done." Yeah, no problem. You're very welcome. Like I said, I don't want to end right now because it's like this is the most vulnerable time. This is the most impactful time. But on the other hand, it's like I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm so out of it, dude. Yeah, like I said, I mean, this is my second stream of the day, and both of them have been over 4 hours. So, let's see here. Yeah, 4 hours ago I did that other stream. Oh wait, hold on a minute. That was 9 hours ago. Yeah, so 9 hours ago we did that 4 hour stream, and actually we just hit over 4 hours now. So that makes 8 hours of coverage today, y'all. 8 hours. That's the most I've done in a while. I think my most ever was 13 hours, which that I was a zombie, which I kind of am now at this point. Let's see here. Uselessest name says, "Dude, respect, but go soon after you're done with the live stream." Yeah, I will for sure, man. You have no idea. As soon as I lay down, I'm gonna be out cold. But then, like I said, as soon as I wake up, it's gonna be time to shine again. We got to go back live. But like I said, I'm really happy that I do this because, it's honestly, if there's any chance that I could help out people in the slightest, it makes me feel amazing, So I'm happy to do it. I really am. But anyways, here's the current strength of the storm here. Once again, sustaining 185. So remember, we're gusting well over 200 at this point. Pressure is down to 892. Like I said, that's one of the lowest pressures I've ever seen. The lowest pressure ever recorded was Typhoon Tip, which was 870 millibars. And that's what? I can't even basic math right now. What is that? 22? 22 below. That's still wild, though. Storm's moving northeast at 9 miles per hour here. See, 4 hours. Yeah. Yep, 4 hours and 9 minutes, 16 seconds is how long this stream's been going. But like I said, I was live for another 4 hours and 5 minutes 9 hours ago. See, I'm glad you're happy doing this. Yeah, me too. Like I said, I mean, I enjoy tracking the weather. I always have, and helping people out as well. It's just, I love doing it. I just hate the circumstances, and the duration. I don't like how long, it can take sometimes. But like I said, I'm here for you guys. See, Bob says 892. That's low. Yeah, it's very low. 892 millibars is ridiculously low. I mean, I was really surprised that, when we hit like the lower 900 millibar range. But it's like once we cross an 800, it's like, whoa. Now, honestly, I wasn't expecting it to. I honestly wasn't expecting it to get to to the 800s. I don't think any of us really were, to be honest. I mean, at most maybe upper 890s, but no, it was lower 890s. 892. It's crazy. Tina, thank you for the support, my friend. Thank you for the floating heart for 10 jewels. I appreciate it. Tina, you rock, my friend. Thank you for your support. Like I said, you guys are awesome. For the people who have donated and super chatted, Cash App, Venmo, whatever, I just want to say thank you. You guys literally help keep us doing this by donating and stuff. It helps keep our programs up and running, and helps keep me fed too, which is kind of important. So, so I really appreciate it. So the people who have donated and super chatted and stuff, just thank you guys. Seriously, I could never thank y'all more than enough. All right, let's zoom back out so you guys can see the big picture here. So we still have a lot of heavy convection on the east side. So all of this here, all of that heavy convection is going to be going through like Cuba and Haiti. We can't forget that those areas are also, dealing with a lot of rainfall as well. So if we actually hop back over here to, let's see, if we actually hop our way back over here to the rainfall projections here, we'll zoom out here. So this is the latest graphic that the Weather Prediction Center has out there. So still, I mean, this was actually not issued super long ago, a couple hours ago. I mean, Jamaica is still expecting, a good 20, 30 inches, which is just wild. That's on top of what they've already seen. So it's just absolutely crazy. But then we also have Cuba too. Once again, we can't forget about Cuba. All the spotlight right now is on Jamaica, but remember, Cuba, they're next. It's going to be very nasty out there too. In which we do have that margin here in the dark red where we do have 20 inches or greater for southern Cuba, which that's this dark red area. This is that 16 to 20 inch margin. But like I mentioned, we could have some totals 20 inches or more out there, which is just pretty crazy. So a very wet system. And like we mentioned too, it's there's going to be more impacts than just the wind. You got the real significant wind damage, but also the also the rip currents, the swelling, the storm surges, the flooding, the landslides, and the mudslides, whatever. It's just there's so much stuff, and it's just stacking concerns. So just like I said, prayers for the people out there. But all right, everybody. Let's check up on the Hurricane Center real quickly. Let's see. They should have updated here. Okay, 12 o'clock update. They did not change anything. It is still the same. So 12 p.m. Eastern time. Storm still moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. Central low is still down to 892 millibars. And let's see here. Sustained winds of 185. So that is that. Let's see, from the Dominican Republic, we are seeing the sun after 10 days. Still raining, though. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, y'all have been getting a lot of rain out there. It's been pretty wild. All right, everybody. We're going to call it a stream here. I need to get to bed. It's just been so... I've been up for so long. I'm just out of it. My brain isn't working right now. So we're gonna call it now. I'll be back as soon as I get up, and we'll be covering Eastern Cuba for the landfall. If you guys are new here, consider subscribing, leaving a like, sharing the stream. It'd be greatly appreciated. And just want to say thanks for all the support, y'all. Thank you for checking in here, for all the people who've liked, subscribed, donated, all that stuff. Thank you guys. Let's see. But all right, everybody, take care. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Be careful out there, and we'll see you guys in the next one. All right, everybody. See ya later on.